Hello. Hello. Hello.
dun, 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 dun.
Hello.
Hello, Masonic. Almost there. Almost there. We're doing that was a really good hustle, everyone. Honestly, good going. How am I doing today? I am fairly alright, all things considered. All things considered, it was fairly alright. Hi there, Bookie. Welcome, welcome. Alright, do I have anywhere else that I need to do my little promotion thingamadooks? I'ma say no. I reckon I have gotten everywhere that I can be hosting. Hi, everyone! The staff in my house there was a bat in my apartment again. I live in the basement. I asked for help and the staff was like, we call animal control, went back to sleep, and so instead of me dodging a potential rabies-infected bat all night in the clothes, cornered in my room, opened a window, fire escape, it flew out. Nice! Nice work on getting the bat out of your room, though. That was pretty good. Also, thank you so much, Sir Dragon, for the 29 months. God damn, you've been subscribed for a long time. Have you got a favorite emote yet? Hopefully you got a favorite emote by this point. Is it the popcorn eating one? That one, like, there are some emotes that I have where I got them like 5 years ago now. It's crazy to think that there are emotes that are 5 years old in this channel. Like, look at it. Like, let me see if I can pick out the ones that are like 5 years old. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, no, those are animated. I didn't get animated right at the start. So I got 1, let me see, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Those emotes I got like when I first started streaming, like in like 5 years ago. Those were my first emotes. Crazy to think. And now I have like way more different kinds of emotes. Like I've got the donut, the cake, the dad bod. I do definitely need to have a think about like maybe getting a refresh of like some new emotes to like a new ensemble to go with, because I don't want to go for like a singular one. But I need to figure out like what they're gonna be. Like, am I gonna have a redo of like the gun emote and some of the expressions? So I'm gonna need to have a think about that. I can randomly smell mashed potatoes walking to my car, and now I kind of want mashed potatoes. You smell mashed potatoes around here? I don't smell shit. Like, nothing at all. Like, this house, like, it doesn't... I don't get smells waffling in from another, I think it's the tavern. Ah, that would do it. Goddamn tavern. I'm trying to do my best. So yeah, in the span of 2 weeks, I have lost 6 kilos. So I am doing my darndest not to break my diet. There are definitely days, however, where it feels very tempting to do so. You ever have like those, you know, those bad days where you're just dealing with someone irate, you're dealing with someone that is just, you know, terrible, they're slow, but like with, you know, when they're listening to your instructions, but they're impatient. I broke mine today, daily. Ah, darn it. All good, Artemis. You'll figure this out. Nice. We'll figure out a, like, you or me together will like figure out a thingamajiggy, because I'm kind of cheating in terms of diet, like, you know, what's a mahoozy, the salad from Woolies wasn't big enough, darn. like sure, there might be a spectrum of, you know, cheating in your diet. Like there could be the lowest level of being like, ooh, yes, by reducing my salt intake, I am able to reduce my hunger pangs. Like I know there's probably like on that side of the spectrum like a really low, and then there's probably over on the other side of the spectrum of like I induced a coma and have just left myself on Ozempic and minimal feeding to then lose weight over 6 months and not think about it. Like there's probably like there's different levels of scale of cheating the diet, but I feel like mine is a little bit cheaty because of the fact that it is 3 diet shakes. That's it. That's all I'm having, and then I can have whatever amount of like, you know, no sugar caffeinated drink or teas or coffees with no milk and sugars. Excuse me. To KFC, no, my wait, your stomach mutinies on the butter chicken but not on the wait, it mutinies on the KFC but not the butter and chicken? Crave big biscuits and gravy. I can get behind the gravy. I can get behind the potatoes and gravy. Oil content, so yes. Ah, that's what does it. Honestly, like I don't like give recommendations about dieting and what have you, because like in the 2 years that I like did it and shit like that, I keep telling peeps, because I've had some people in this channel like be very like sort of helpful in recommending like, you know, different things, and you know, they had like their personal advice and such like that. Some of it works, some of it doesn't work, but like the thing that I usually explain like on like outside of or like that I explain while streaming and such is that do not take your dieting advice from a zebra on the internet that is colloquially known as the himbo. Like always double check your research, all right? Like do a little googling, or go talk to a dietitian and shit, or whoever your subject matter expert needs to be. Do not ask ChatGPT though. That is a bullshit resource for asking confirmation on things, all right? Get yourself a group of 9 autistics in a group chat and they will give you a better result than ChatGPT ever will. Greetings, humans. We do not come in peace. We come in cute little spaceships, UFOs, instead. How cute. That would be kind of cool. Facts. Thank you, Omega. Feel free to clip me on my little advice about not using ChatGPT, but instead just getting yourself a group chat filled with 9 autistics. But yeah, so, yeah, Artemis, like, I don't know. Look, try out the shake diet. Who knows? 3 weeks, something crazy might happen. Hey! Hey, you can't be stealing my shirt. I'm in the middle of holding my Pepsi Max right now. As a fellow autistic, I can confirm. Excellent. As an autistic as well, Omega Platinum, I very much do confirm that it's better talking to
a group of autistic people than going to ChatGPT or Copilot or whatever your flavor of artificial intelligence is, because we're not there yet. Hang on, I need to find the button. I had a button in the past. I need to figure out like how to make that button do the thing, because I've got like the... Alright, so this one is the shirt. Oh, okay, so then copy, paste, and then I need a... And then there was a hotkey alternative for... where is it? I have a hotkey alternative for... NSFW. There we go. Alright. Ding dong. There we go. So now if I do... Yeah, look at that. That's incredible. So the diet advice by a Mega Pizza Burger Man is wrong? Yes, the diet advice by a Mega Pizza Burger Man. Although I do want to know who this Mega Pizza Burger Man is. That phase while he was bouncing your pecs. Real life interruption, you have a package at your garage, would you like me to bring it up? Oh, yes please. Hang on a second. Chat, deal with amongst yourselves. There is a package. Actually, you know what? Let me be extra nice. Let me give you some nickels. And then let me give you the little, like, thingy-majoogies, and then, donk. There we go. There's somebody I have a package. There is a package. I got myself a lovely new package. Alrighty then, so, peeps might not... New package! Unfortunately, there's gonna be no webcam for presenting the package and all that kind of nonsense because, you know, quite frankly, you don't need that stuff. Alrighty then, so... look at my silly little dinky chain. Also, it's too fucking hot here at the moment. Yeah. Northern Hemisphere is going through an absolute terrible time. But yeah, I got myself a new package. I got this for myself. I know exactly what it is. I have like a pretty good instinct. And it's exactly what I think it is. It's a magic arm with a super clasp. I got myself this thingy-majiggy. You can't see it in my hands right now. But I got myself a little thingy-majiggy because I have a VR lighthouse thingy-majiggy attached to a suction cup at the top of a bookshelf. But rather than doing, also I'm gonna get rid of the little thingy-majiggies because now I'm done with the thingy. Anyway, I got myself a different, like right now, a VR lighthouse is trying to stay balanced on the top of my bookshelf with a suction cup. And the suction cup keeps getting like air into it and such, so it doesn't actually stick onto the top. So rather than deal with that nonsense, I got myself this cool clamp that you can't see in my hands right now because going into a 3D environment is not as fun as you think it is. I would very much love to do more like, you know, like bringing objects in from the real world to 3D world, but we don't yet live in that kind of cybertech life. It would be lovely if we did, but we're not there yet. But yeah, toss that aside. There we go. Alrighty then. So, the poking a little might be handy to know. I know, I did that on purpose. I did that as a little fun little thing because I left some people on a 30-second advertisement and what have you. And like it said by Wild Saber, Artemis, stop thirsting for your boyfriend's man titties. She will thirst on what she wants, whether it's Coca-Cola or Zeebies, or Zitties, or whatever they decide to be the shorthand. See you in about an hour, chat. Someone's stealing a shirt again for me. Yeah. Any hoosies. So, I can now, like, say that little thingamajiggy. But yeah, there has definitely been, like, a number of days, especially within this month alone, that I like to see someone try and stop me. Yeah, exactly. Like, no one can. There is no one in this chat, besides you and maybe one other person right now, who is aware of, like, who I am IRL. Like, actually, you know what? I'm gonna commit a cardinal sin. I am going to look at the users in my chat. Lurkers, beware, I might see you in the user chat list. Let's have a look. Let's see, GrantZeebs, that's me. None of my moderators are online. I got some VIPs like Artemis Snip, she knows exactly who I am. Night Skygem, they don't know who I am. Tanmux, we haven't met yet. Sir Dragon, never met. Chatbots, Stream Elements and SiriBot, yep, that makes sense. Goldie, never met. Omega, never met. Savage, never met. Vol, I think we met technically speaking, but that was like a long time ago, like during my first or second Furdu ever. Warhorse Indra, never met. Wild Saber, never met. So yeah, there's not that many people. 2 years ago. Okay, so it's been 2 years. Wow. Okay, so it must have. You would have been at my last. You would have been at my last time that I've gone to Furdu then, because I didn't go this year or last year. Technically, this year I did hang out with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy while he was up here for Furdu, but I didn't attend Furdu with Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. What I did instead is me and Artemis hung out with him for dinner, like after all the Furdu stuff. Blue Foxy Crumpy Dumpy? He doesn't have a dumpy, okay? He doesn't deserve that nickname. He's Blue Foxy Nicey Icy, and that's how it's going to remain, alright? Now, I have some things I need to be clicking. I need to click onto this thingy-majiggy here. I need to click here, there, and I need to move some things around. Alrighty then. But yeah, it's been very much tempted to, like, break my diet and what have you, but I'd rather not do that. And the reason why is because after 2 weeks, I finally lost, 6 kilograms, which is fairly good, but I'm still over 100 kilos. I'm currently 109 point something, and I personally want to get down under 100 kilos before I do anything that could break my diet. Now, I am hopeful. Oh, why is my thingy-majiggy so slow and wobbly? Alright, no, we're good now. I am very much hoping that, by the time it gets to the middle of August, which will have been way more than 3 weeks on this diet, that I will have crossed under 100 kilograms. If I haven't, then this is going to be a very terrible time when I go to Feast of Friendship. So, with luck, it won't be a problem. Alright, I have completely forgotten where I'm going. But I think it's down this ladder. But yeah, if you're wondering where we are, this is Uncharted 3. We are currently in somewhere in the Middle East. I don't know, I can't remember where. Actually, it will probably tell us if I go to the bonuses. Treasures. I think we're in Yemen. I think we're somewhere in Yemen, and, following, some clues and such like that, thanks to Francis Drake's, weird, dial thingamajiggy and Lawrence of Arabia, we are now, exploring some ancient, old things. There we go. Nope. Okay. Oh! Nice!
All right, we're good. Come on down.
There's a
Crumpy on his dumpy, and we don't even mean to get humpy. That was a good line. Good work there, Vol.
It's gotta be.
All right, so yeah, we got the dynamic trio again,
Here anyway.
or the terrific trio.
Expedition for Queen Elizabeth.
Yeah, to find the lost city of Ubar.
Yeah, the Atlantis of the Sands.
Under this city.
No, it's in the middle of the Rubel Khali Desert.
This place just tells you how to find it, supposedly.
Uh-huh.
Huh?
This place looks familiar. Wait a minute, this is what Francis Drake sketched on the back of the map.
Okay, hang on. Oh, we still got the
Check
map.
it out. These are the same pillars. Francis Drake must have made these notes when he was down here.
Does it tell us how to find the entrance?
Well, it's pretty cryptic, but I think I can work it out. These holes must be important. Guess we just have to find the right one.
How are we gonna do that? There are a lot of those holes in this room.
Well, there's got to be another clue. Look around, we're missing something. Some kind of lever in here. Ugh. All right, something touched my hand.
Get off. No, not again.
Huh, doesn't seem to do anything.
Okay, I thought there was gonna be like another spider, but okay.
Hey, Nate. There's a message scratched on the wall over here.
Oh, hello. What's it say?
It's in Enochian script.
Must have been left by Drake.
Ed, and Eddie?
Decipher it?
I'll try.
I vaguely know what Ed, and Eddie is, but I have never watched an entire like series or episode of Ed, and Eddie.
The moon will show the way.
The moon? Down here. I am not hanging around this place till nighttime.
I'm pretty sure it's a riddle. I'll make a note of it on the map.
You're gonna mark up Sir Francis's 400-year-old map?
What? He wouldn't mind.
Also, it's not like the moon will show the... Oh, okay, so we're looking for a moon, perhaps? Alright, so... Alright, so there's a little sun thingy-majiggy here. There's a hand thingy-majiggy here. Where? And then there's a spider there. That's an Ouroboros because of him eating his own tail. That's a lightning strike. Where is the moon? I'm guessing that's like some weird star. The moon haunts you. For whatever reason, that's just stuck in my head now. Thanks, Moon Knight.
Does this mean anything to you?
Yeah, I think so. So if I stand here...
Any ideas yet?
Well, he marked 3 of the pillars, so I'm guessing we have to pull those 3 levers.
Sully, you go to that column. Elena, you take the one on the far wall there. I've got this one.
All right.
Now just reach in and find the lever.
Really?
I think we have to pull them at the same time.
Okay, but what if you're wrong?
Yeah, I kind of like this arm, Nate. I use it all the time.
Then use another arm.
1, 2, 3.
You sure that's the right lever?
Listen.
Sounds like it is.
Be damned.
I'll be heading out with the spiders and all. Yeah, no, I'm
Amazing.
don't like spiders whatsoever.
So
They had
why
a
a big
scene
secret all
where
this
we had to
time?
run away from
What
like a
did
whole
Elizabeth expect
flock
Drake
of
to
them.
find?
It was crazy.
We don't know exactly. Treasure, I guess.
What else?
The buried riches of a lost civilization.
Of course, it's never.
Oh
been
my!
simple.
Oh, that is
And those
trippy.
assholes in the black suits? They're
Do you
looking
see
for the
that?
Same thing, I suppose.
Yeah, they're Marlowe's men.
Look at that. You see it, right? Like the head is concave, so it like gives the illusion that it's following you. And it's only when you do like something really extreme that you see that it's hollow. Hey there, Davey boy! Welcome to the stream! Welcome, welcome! Hopefully you're doing alright. How are things? I'm just gonna move over into here. Yeah, look at that. I've been going through the Uncharted games on Wednesdays, Davey boy. We're currently onto the 3rd one right now. We're dealing with the worst possible antagonist that a video game studio in America could come up with. The British. So yeah, all these faces are the heat is fucking killing me at the moment, but surviving. Chat, type 1 if you are dying from the heat. Type 2 if you're dealing with the southern hemisphere. Ow. Oh,
Guess we have to earn that one.
Amazing.
Pick your poison.
well, is there like a... Oh, those faces aren't convex, though. Those ones are front-facing. All right. Well, I'm gonna go with the left one.
Weird.
One.
What kind of
Which is
symbols are
ironic
those?
since I am
Never
northerner.
seen anything like it.
I don't
Well, you're in
know.
the Northern
Looks like
Hemisphere.
it's some sort of
Wait, are you in the Northern Hemisphere?
Someone scattered the gears all over the room.
You think Sir Francis?
Who knows?
Okay, well, let's hope we figure it out. I think we're trapped in here until we do.
Oh, wait, hang on. We probably need to... So it's a plus and a moon drop and all that. Yeah, so we want... 4 dots rotates to the right. Pluses... So 4 dots for the clockwise, plus for the counterclockwise. So... Yeah, so we want to go 4 dots plus 4 dots plus 4 dots. So we want to go... There we go. And then... Alright, and then this one can go here. And now we need another plus, which can go here. So we just need another 4 dots, like another big 4 dots, which will be this fella here. Hopefully this fits. There we go. So now we just need a plus. A big plus. Let's see. Nope, that's a half moon. Where is... We're looking for a plus. We need to somehow get up there. There we go. There we go. Oh, hey, treasure.
Hey, over there. There's another cog up on that ledge.
Oh, that's cool. Do you see that? Like, look at that. Like, because of the slats, it does like a little, like, an optical illusion thing where it looks like they're rotating. That's awesome. Northwestern hemisphere, to be precise. Ah, okay. That was cool. All right, hang on. I need to go back for that thing. All right. Yeah. Oh god, that was...
Hey, this screen decodes the images.
What can you see?
All right, one looks like a cross, and the other has 4 circles.
Hey, the same symbols are on some of these gears.
Huh. Symbols seem to be rotating in opposite directions to each other.
Okay. What the hell's that supposed to mean?
There it is. Alright, so... Got rid of the big plus. But yeah, that was cool. That was really cool to see, honestly. Alright, and then slot you in there. So now... There we go.
Nice.
Yep, yep. So what are you doing to beat the heat, Davy boy? I don't think you're leaving your PC on is gonna help. Australians have to deal with the heat a lot, and our homes are built just for heat, but they've not done anything whatsoever to deal with when it gets cold. I don't understand why homes do this. Why do nations make homes that are only excessive for one kind of weather? We live all year round in the same house. Why don't they make our homes suitable for all the seasons in the one year? Like Australia. Yes, I understand it gets hot, but there are times where it gets cold as well. Why don't you make your houses work against the heat and the cold? We have terraforming technologies. We have the technology to just be like, oh, hey, yeah, let's have windows that can easily, like, cause cross breezes and all that kind of nonsense when you leave them open. But let's also work on having some, like, you know, good installation, so then that way when you don't want to get a cold breeze in during the night, you instead trap all the heat. Like, why is that so difficult to do that? Why do we have to go 100% into prevention of heat instead of prevention of cold? A lack of AC in houses built for keeping in heat, so just existing, plan to go out for periods on the scooter to cool out. Okay. Maybe that's what the housing like oligarchs are trying to get us to do, is
sure that
rather
it's
than enjoy our
treasure they're
homes, they're
after?
trying to get us out of our homes.
Okay, all the floating body parts? This is giving me the creeps.
Oh, hang on.
All right, you guys wait up here. I'll go check it out.
Hang on, what are you fishing? You got a VB long neck. Good for you. All right, so... Ooh, hang on. So...
Sully, throw me your lighter.
All right, coming at you.
Okay. So now we do a shadow puppets thing. Oh, come on. Hello. All right, so we need to try and find when the shadows makes, like, the man stabbing the other man. So... Okay, so we need to try and find when the... Oh, hello, treasure.
Okay, that didn't work.
Can this game, like, show us a shadow, please? That would be cool. Because there's all these bodies here. And we're trying to get...
How's it going, kid?
I think I gotta line up these statue pieces with the mural on the wall.
So you think from the right spot all that junk will make
I'm
Yeah!
hoping.
There we go. Could use a 6-pack of those right about now. Maybe once I'm under 100 kilos, maybe I'll go for some whiskey and coke. I forgot to put my watch on charge. Hang on a sec, chat. I forgot to do something important.
You were worried.
I forgot to do something important. Alrighty, now we're good. Now we're cooking. I just had to put my watch on charge, so then that way, you know, after I'm done like streaming tonight and all that kind of nonsense, I'm able to then like put my watch on and track my sleep and make sure that I'm not having any like, you know, terrible like, you know, things with my night. All right, so we got that done. And I can stop dancing for all of you. There we go. I really appreciate that none of you decided to steal my shirt while I had to do the quick 30-second advertisement.
Hey, the first door's open.
Nice. Oh, but there's spiders now. Ugh. Where there's spider webs, there are spiders. We gotta be very... Elaine? Elaine? Do you mind, like, you know, being a little bit calmer about this? Because there could have, like,
Okay,
that
so
is a...
Nate,
That
did
is a
Francis
corridor
Drake
that
ever
could have
find
had
that
traps.
lost city that he was looking for
Don't think so. Seems like he only came this far, then turned back and headed home.
and concealed everything about this little detour.
Yeah.
Have you stopped to ask yourself why?
What do you mean?
I don't know. This whole place just seems like some kind of a warning to me, that's all.
You know, Elaine is onto something, considering when we followed Sir Francis Drake's last treasure for El Dorado, it turned out to be a virus. When we followed Sir Francis Drake over into Yemen, or Tibet, sorry, then that was also like some crazy super soldier bullshit. I reckon we're gonna be in for like another crazy, you know,
It looks like some kind of ornate brazier.
crazy
I'll leave
sort
a
of
torch to light
supernatural
it.
thing here. All right, grab this. Alrighty. Show me your secrets. Also, why am I getting
Well,
notifications?
I'll be go to hell.
Wow. As above, so below. Sully, this is some kind of celestial map.
That makes sense. The Arabs used the stars to navigate the desert just like sailors on the ocean.
Ah,
That's right. So you could use these constellations to find the site of the lost city.
If I had a sextant, sure. I didn't do all that time in the Navy for nothing, you know.
And here I thought you spent the whole time looking for that basket act.
The what?
Never mind.
do Navy people like know how to
could
use a
remember this?
sextant even in today's age?
Yeah, but we ought to copy it down, don't you think?
No, I really don't recommend that.
Hey guys, look at this.
Yeah, that's a
That's,
warning.
Cheery?
Do you hear that?
Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
Wait, what is that?
Get away from the walls.
Hold on to that torch, kid.
Oh, shit. Oh, come on.
Crap! These things are way more aggressive.
Well,
Man, they don't seem to mind the light as much.
keep sweeping that torch. Elena, use your shotgun.
I am! We gotta get out of here!
Okay, stay close behind me.
Watch your step.
Keep shooting and follow me!
Right behind you, kid.
Hurry!
Keep moving!
Ah, they're everywhere.
Sully, keep shooting!
I am not paying attention to the NPCs. I just want to get the fuck away from all these spiders. Get the fuck out of here.
Think we can get through up here?
Gotta get this door open.
Lift with your muscles.
Maybe I can open it from the other side.
Try to hold him off with this. I'll help Elena from this side. Just do what you can.
Alright, I'm in!
How's it going, Elena?
Elena! You okay back there?
Sully, need more ammo!
1 second, kid.
Sully, I need it now!
Ah!
Try to hold him off with this. Help Elena from this side. Just do what you can.
How's it going, Elena? Sully, I need more ammo.
What's the kid?
Sully, I need it now.
Take this.
Come on. How's it coming?
I think I'm
We'll open the door. Time, Elena.
got it. Okay, come on.
Oh, thank goodness. Fuck them spiders.
Oh, man. I've had more than enough of those damn things.
Wait, you knew about them? You were planning on telling me, right?
Hey. Look at this.
Ooh. Were they there before?
Let not the world deceive thee with its beauty. It is the dream of a dreamer. A mirage of the desert.
Cup of death will be filled for thee. Lovely. It's all in English.
Yeah. Yeah, it must have been Drake.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Drake sails thousands of miles looking for this Atlantis of the Sands. And when he gets this far, what he finds here is enough to make him turn around, sail home, and hide all evidence of his voyage.
Right.
And now she's telling us we should probably
But
drop it.
you're gonna keep going, aren't you?
Yeah?
For what? For treasure?
For answers, more
He
likely.
listens to you. Please make him stop.
Yes, Sully, please, tackle me.
What is wrong with you two?
Elena, come on, we're just joking around.
Listen, you've won, okay? You've outsmarted her. You know where to find the city, and Marlowe doesn't. Why can't that be enough?
Okay. Alright, so wait. What has become of the rulers of the earth? Their wealth did not save them. The cup of death will be filled for thee. It is the dream of a dreamer, a mirage of the desert. The devil adorned it for man until death. Let not the world deceive thee with its beauty. Okay, so something appears to be beautiful, but in actuality is very dangerous and very deadly. Cool. I don't think any of us were responsible for opening that.
Take cover, it's an ambush.
Oh, shit. Elena, Sully, get down.
Can't see a damn thing.
I can't see a thing. Sully, you all right?
Yeah.
It's not clear enough.
Also, why... There we go. I was worried I had to do, like, way more fighting with him. Damn it!
I can't see a thing! Sully, you alright?
Yeah!
Damn it!
I can't see a thing! Sully, you alright?
Yeah!
It's not Ah, damn, I can't.
There we go. Just need to... Damn it! I knew the shotgun guy was there, but I didn't get the... Ah.
I can't see a thing! Sully, you alright?
Yeah!
It's not damn, I can't see a thing.
Help.
I don't see... Yeah, no fucking around with you, sorry.
Too close!
I ran right into it like an idiot. What am I doing with my life? You're watching an amazing streamer, Het. That's what you're doing. You are having a wonderful time watching GrantZeebs, the Himbo Zebra, play through Uncharted 3 because he's been going through all the different Uncharted games on Wednesday. Damn it! And look at that, 96% himbo. It's like a reverse 69. Really high ratings. Good going.
Can't see a thing! Sully, you alright? Yeah!
It's not damn, I can't see a thing.
He got it in one go. Nice. All right. Running around. Oh. There we
See
go.
any more? We gotta find a way out!
And how are we gonna do that?
Over here, Nate. I'll give you a leg up.
There we go. Thank you, Sully. Cracking open another cold one. All right, so.
Careful, kid.
All right, let's go this way.
All right, watch it. I'm gonna send the ladder down. All right, heads up.
Got it.
There we go. Now, hopefully, if we're gonna jump out of this thing, I reckon we're gonna get into a bit of an ambush, aren't we? Let's see.
Get it? There. Here, give me guns. Can't take them out on the street.
Nice work on the bimbo rating. Nice, nice.
Much as I'd like to.
Oh, come on.
I think we're clear. Come on.
I guess they don't want us holding guns in Yemen. Or wherever this is. Alright.
All right, up here. This way.
Yep. Ow! Oh!
No.
Nate?
Run.
Oh, no. All right, easy, kid.
Stay away. Stay away.
What's wrong with him?
They drugged him.
What?
Come on, we gotta get him out of here. Come on, son. Touch me! All right.
Okay,
We just
like,
want to help.
Get away!
normally,
away
like,
from me.
the previous guy that got drugged, there had to be, like, subliminal commands given to him, but with Nathan Drake, he's already paranoid as fuck. Maybe this is just, you know, standard Nathan Drake?
Easy now. Oh, God. Oh, God. Stay calm.
This is not staying calm.
Come with me. Don't touch me. Drake, Marlowe's waiting. No. It will all be over soon.
This is tripping my mind. I'm having a...
Relax. Trust me. I'm sorry.
Oh, boy.
Sully?
Sully's not here, Drake. You're on your own now.
Sully?
I'm guessing we're not running through the streets right now. Instead, we're just, you know...
Follow me.
No, I won't go.
Don't resist.
Where is this?
You're with us. Just listen to me.
Yeah, I have no idea where Nathan...
You know what we want.
Don't let.
I won't let them hurt you. Where is it?
No,
Give them to us.
I don't know.
Good.
I don't know. Please. I don't know.
Alright, we're out of it. At least, for now. But that's all. But this is all our stuff now.
Welcome back. I don't recommend making a scene. You're not exactly here legally, remember?
And are you?
Greatness from small beginnings. Beneath that cocky exterior, you're still the same scared, filthy little runaway, aren't you?
Skip the mind games.
You don't know me.
In fact, I suspect I know you better than anyone, Mr. Drake. Of course, that's not your real name, is it? But we won't dwell on that. Mother commits suicide. Father surrenders son to the state at the age of 5. Entrusted to the St. Francis Boys' Home. It's also Dickensian. Oh. Don't worry. She's of no interest to us. Unless, of course, we need to apply a little pressure.
That is not a good idea. There have been several people that have chased after Nathan Drake and made the mistake of bringing in, you know, familial ties.
Need your help to find Victor Sullivan.
Right.
We already know he has the coordinates to find Iran.
How do you know that?
You told us, Nathan. It seems your loyalty isn't as firm as you'd like to think it is. What about his?
What? Wait.
So I'm guessing during like
trying to
that time I was like, you know, running away and such like that. I was like
It's just that, well, we've had
susceptible.
you in our clutches for quite some time now. And he hasn't exactly mounted a rescue. He didn't rescue you back in Cartagena either. He just saw something he could exploit.
I know what you're trying to do.
Trust me. Victor is only ever in it for Victor. It's a cold, hard fact. I discovered it 20 years ago. I'm surprised it's taken you this long to figure it out.
You're wasting your time, lady.
Fair enough. But ask yourself, when he scooped you off the streets of Colombia 20 years ago, did he save you from that life? Or did he just doom you to this one? Ah, excellent. Well, we've located Sullivan on the other side of the city. I'm sorry, Nathan. It seems you've been removed from the equation.
Don't like that. Yeah. Alright, chase sequence, let's go. Oh my gosh, that was such good jumping on my behalf. Yeah, you ain't too sly yourself. Ow! Fuck you. That was uncalled for. I love how there's like a little bit of snapping going on when I do these jumps, and it's just like, no, Drake should be over here instead. All right, time to me to leave. You. Ow. Also has some C's. Make lunch, go to work, have a great day. All good, Het. Thank you for sticking around as long as you did. I greatly appreciate it. I'm gonna see how far into Uncharted 3 I go, because ideally we should be able to get through to the end, because we got to like the halfway point in last week's stream. Nice.
Shit. Damn it. Surprise, asshole. Shit.
You are not doing too good on the whole. I'm also not doing too hot on the whole, like, you know, running thing, am I? He is alive! Hi there! Hi there, Boig! Oh, where the fuck did he go?
Where the hell did he go?
والله ماني والله يا زلمه قلت له هات لي الشاي بقى لي ساعه بستنى هون اذا احلى بطاطا وطماطم في السوق شو عم تقول يا زلمه شو هالحكي والله ما ببيع بهالسعر عندك شاي ما بيتغير لا عم طماطم معي ما تقول لي وياك شيشه
Pardon me. Excuse me. There he is. I think you lost me, didn't you? Ah! Come on, Talbot, this is getting old.
Yeah, I don't think Talbot minds the chase.
شرطه انا الشرطه وقف
Come on, Drake, you are much... Just get there. Ah! That wasn't intentional. I wouldn't be able to run in those circumstances. I might be able to run, but not like with all the jumping. Yemen police. I think it's the police. Oh, come on. Oh. There we go.
Not so tough without your drugs, are you?
Uh-oh. No, 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 no. Do not drown. Do not drown.
You bastard.
There we go. Oh, god damn you. That was an unfair fight. I would have won that one if it wasn't for your lackey.
يا صباح الفلافل والحمص والبابا غنوج. Remember
What?
me? Ramses. You should
Hi,
thank
Ramses.
me, my friend.
Right. Thanks.
No, really. The English lady bade me to get rid of you. But me, I'm a nice guy. I saved your life. Right now, I am the only friend you got.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. And now you
Where
figure
are
I owe
we?
you something. Is that it?
Smart guy. I like that. You are way ahead of me. It is really a simple question. Aram of the Pillars.
Of course.
Where is it?
I don't know, buddy.
Bullshit.
Look, even if I did know, my life wouldn't be worth very much once I told you, now would it?
You insult me.
You're a pirate.
I'm a good businessman. Give me some respect.
A lot of times, pirates are businessmen.
Try this again.
Edward Teach was just an okay pirate, but
Where is
Morgan was a
Arami?
crazy good pirate.
Look, you
What
can
was the name
torture
of
me
the?
all you want.
Okay,
It was like Steed Bonnet
I
or
can't
something
tell you
like
what I
that.
don't know.
maybe so. We'll see if your friend is more cooperative.
Yeah, Steed Bonnet. He ran like a whole fleet of pirate ships and shit like that.
I don't want to do this. At his age, it may be too much for him.
Wait,
No. You have given me no choice. Perhaps your friend will be more grateful for his life.
wait. You leave Sully alone.
Bye, Nathan.
You don't touch him.
This is gonna be fun.
All right. Ow. Okay, so we're at chapter 12. We have not gone very far into the chapters.
No, huh?
Because there's like 20 plus in these kinds of games normally. So we're only just now.
Talking to you, boy. You think you're pretty tough, huh? I'm going to show you tough.
I
Okay.
like your captain.
He doesn't like you, Mr. Drake.
Yeah. Oh, come on. Yeah, get conked.
Bitch. Fair income.
Wait, did I just hear an Australian accent then when someone said fair dinkum? Get glassed. And get conked by a wrench. There we go. Oh. Alright, now we got a big
Where
guy.
did you come from?
Yeah.
Stay down.
Ooh, brute beater. Successfully counter all of the brute damage giving attacks. Nice.
Please.
Can't believe I didn't get that one earlier. All right. Up this way. Phew. All right. Looks like we're in some sort of ship. All right. Hey, Welcome back, Artemis. I'm guessing your drive is now done.
Artemis slept with the 7-month tier 1 sub. 07.
Yay! Thank you for subscribing with Prime for the last 7 months. I greatly appreciate it. You get to utilize all the fun, unlike emotes that I have, and you get to avoid advertisement like this one. Hopefully this advertisement actually goes off. It would be funny if it didn't. Yeah, there we go. Just to make fun of peeps. I should really make it a channel point redeem where you can just have a 30-second advertisement forced to run, and I need to see like how many people decide to like, you know, run the advertisement. I would also need to do a message for like, you know, if someone who wasn't subscribed decides to oh shit. Damn it. That is not how I wanted to go. All right. Let the chaos begin. Yes, chaos. Chaos. When I go through the Final Fantasy games, will I need to go through Strangers of Paradise, I wonder? And then just climbing like a monkey. Here we go. And swing. Oh my gosh, almost cut my hands on that.
All right, now we're talking.
Hey, nice.
Of course it's empty.
But hey, at least we get our stuff back. All right. Oh, this isn't our normal Bandalore stuff. That's a different Bandalore, because normally we have like the ND on the back of it, but this time we don't. So this is someone else's Bandalore.
Crap.
Okay, so we're not in a ship, we're in a ship graveyard.
Look at this place.
It's absolutely abandoned.
Here goes nothing.
First and foremost, double check. Yeah, I knew it was a good idea. A silver figure amulet, silver box, pearl and emerald. Honestly, Drake, just sell all these treasures. Would be good. Oh boy. Not my intention. All right. One, two.
Okay, making progress.
Yep. And then over into the there's definitely like a lot more yellow here for indication's sake. There we go.
See you, buddy. Just don't turn around. Don't turn around.
There we go. All right. So, no guns. Annoying.
Okay, there's the tower. Oh,
I heard the storm. Yeah,
Ramsey says he has something big cooking. Who is that British woman, anyway? If she pays, who cares?
Nice. Alright. Hi there, Porking King! It's been a long time since I've seen you. Welcome, welcome! How are things? You doing good? You doing good? Alright, so I need to be mindful of that guy up there. Get fucked in the nuts.
Shitload to go.
Alrighty. Interesting. Alright, so there's 2 there. 3rd there. 4th there. AK's up the wazoo. Alright.
All right, getting close.
Come on. There we go. Grant Drake, the Nutcracker? Abso-fucking-lutely.
Oh, shit.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Oh, wait, who saw? Oh, it must have been this guy.
No, no. What'd you get for messing with my friend?
Where is the grenade? I saw it. There's a grenade. Nice. Oh, shit. I need to get out of the gunfire. Hi there, Jack. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing all right. Where the fuck am I? Oh, back here. I see. Dealing with that fucking turret. Annoying. Hi, Angrel. Welcome, welcome.
Smell of propane in the morning.
There we go. I forgot the button to throw back grenades and such like that. How's it going for you, Angro, by the by? Could you not, you know, be a complete dickwad? Get fucked.
That was Sully. There we go.
All right, climb up here real quick. There we go. Let's see. There we are. You spawned into the intended spot versus the fuck it we ball way. Yeah, I spawned in the spot where they were like, oh yeah, instantaneous fuck it we ball, instead of spawning me back in the let's continue being stealthy and shit. I was doing a good job stealthing, by the by. You all saw it, right? You all saw how stealthy I was being during this sequence here. Nathan Drake was a fucking ninja. Done with work and you had no break, Lamau? Jesus Christ, no breaks at work? I never want to work in your country, Jack. I'm so sorry, but if I ever visit your place, or if I ever have intentions of living there, I would most certainly make it so that I have a remote, you know, allowed to work remotely kind of job. I would not put myself in a position of dealing with, you know, all that. All right, so I'm guessing fuck it. Who am I? There we go.
Just what the doctor ordered.
Where is the rest of them? Where are they? Can say I'm hungry, but at this point, what even is hunger? Chat, go support a local corvid. Even you can sponsor a local bird.
All right, getting close.
All right, cool. But where is close? You haven't exactly given me a really good direction of quote-unquote close. Like, close, question mark? What in the actual fuck is quote-unquote close? Oh, maybe it's that thing there. Okay, hang on. Oh, never mind. Ow, fuck you. Samson, fire that grenade launch. Fire a warning shot. Sir, this is an M32 grenade launcher. Ah, potato, potato. Just fire it, Patterson.
This doesn't look too dangerous.
God damn it. Nathan Brake at its finest? Yeah. Nathan Brake at his finest. Here we go. What shit police? Oh no, these are pirates now. Try to keep up. I remembered from this time. Shoot the pirates before we get to the next step. Here we go. Don't bam dun. Love that I just instantly push him off. Ow. Okay, so we can't run and gun here. How long are your breaks at work compared to how long your hours are? So in Australia, we have a mandate that if you work over like 4.5 hours, then you will need to provide, like, you know, people at your work need to be provided like a minimum half-hour no paid break. A minimum half-hour no paid break in the day, like before like 4 hours goes up. Damn it! I keep forgetting about the shotgun guy.
Smell of propane in the morning.
Damn it! Once again, dealing. Not asking. I'm just asking how long your breaks are. Half an hour to an hour. Half an hour to an hour. All right, where's the other guys? Where's the shotgunner?
Smell of propane in the morning.
Yep. Get. Oh shit! Grenade! Grenade! Fuck! All good. I survived all that. Okay. Down here we go. Up onto this crane, if it will let me. Nope! That's not the right way. Damn it. My workday is 8 hours. I get 20 minutes paid break and 45 minutes unpaid lunch. Yeah. Good mandate. So yeah, I get like maybe 30 minutes to an hour. Because I work like a full-time job, they're not like super pedantic about like I don't need to punch a time card.
That's an idea.
I don't need to punch a time card for like, you know, when I get in for my shift and when I go on lunch and when I get out. So long as I do my 7.5 minimum. Now, me personally, I like coming in, like I like doing an 8 to 4 job. Although probably at some point I might need to rethink that strategy because, you know, not everyone in my circles works an 8 to 4 job. Some people work a 9 to 5 job. And, you know, they might not appreciate me being awake at like before 7 or before the crack of dawn. How much will it cost to ship shipment up to 1 kilogram from Australia to Europe? Have you ever shipped to Europe? Well, that depends. Does the United Kingdom count? Because I only been, like, up there like, years and years and years ago. Half hour only at this new place. It's consistently short on staff. Gonna love working in an office, huh? Oh, yeah. No, you want me to flex on you even more, Jack? I can do that. Get ready for this. We have in Australia, not all Australian companies, but there's beer on tap. In my office, there's beer on tap. We have coffees served to us by baristas. We have like 2 rooms that are like soundproofed for like, you know, quiet time and shit like that. Oh shit, I did not do that jump correctly. This is for me, but I'm remote at most, so it's a bit more lax. Yeah, when we were working remote... Oh, shit. That's not right. I think your company is an exception, darling. It could be, but maybe you're just not... Like, maybe we just need to start protesting to start bringing in beer taps into the Australian offices. Although, in actuality, something I would love to see happen in Australia, especially because of like the advent of more work from home setups and Jesus fucking Christ. Of course you had to zoom out to demonstrate just the sheer scale of like rust buckets like these. There we go.
Gonna need a tetanus shot after this.
Oh yeah, Drake, you most likely will need several. Some companies in the US have that luxury too, Grant. Yeah. Kind of keen to get back to that, starting a new role in a city in a month. Oh, interesting, Ingrel. Okay, okay. Best of luck, best of luck. Nice. Alrighty.
He's down here. Keep an eye on him. Hit him.
Yeah, you poke your head out, you're gonna get shot in the head, dude.
Watch your step.
Oh, shit. Here we go, here we go. Yeah! Get fucked. Alrighty. Now, how do I get out of here? Oh, here we go. Alrighty. Alright, did he fall down? I don't know. No, I think we're good now. Oh! What? What? Yeah, we're gonna report that. I was doing so well, chat. You saw me. I was doing so well. How far back are they gonna send me back for that? Are you kidding me? All right, what did I miss in chat? Hang on a second. Kind of keen to get back. I mean, EU, France, minus a special food catered to supply 50% off retail food till like half of us off pop. To us, like half off Popeye meals. Okay, Pork and King, I love that idea. If I wasn't trying to lose weight, I would most certainly be trying to utilize that 50% off retail food thing. And you got the slow-mo there, which is nice. Yeah. I still think this new workplace giving us meals in the case someone isn't able to afford food is wild. Like, really nice, but still, wait, you guys actually take care of us? Yeah. Back in the day, back during like back during GE, before they became like, you know, like something happened in the United States courts. Something happened in the United States courts where investors were really annoyed by how like a board appointed member was managing a company, and it went all the way into like the civil courts. And basically it started this precedent where if you are like an investor or you are hired by the court, like something happened where you were contractually obligated when push comes to shove about do you support the employees in the company or do you support the investor portfolio, it comes down to the investor portfolio. Like you are like more likely to be safeguarded in the law if you are caring about the money for like, you know, the investors rather than the livelihoods for like, you know, the people that work, which is, I think, absolutely fucking wild where that's where we're at, like economically speaking, where there's precedent in law saying, fuck them employees, go and just make that bank. It feels terrible. What the scream was I thought was gonna give birth to someone. I didn't know about it. Like, I don't know about that. I was doing freelancing along a desk job for a while and now switching to physical work that requires me to be more social. Considering my job is more active, I'm able to maintain weight and the meals help everyone feel sustained, so it's not as weight packing as you think unless you're HR or other departments. Yeah, okay, okay. All right, how far back are they taking us? Unless you plan to dump money on the meals, then absolutely. I probably would dump meal. Okay, so not that far. Go. I was shooting you in the head several times, thank you very much. Here we go.
Now where's that radio tower?
Okay, what happens? Okay, I thought that door would open up if I blasted it, but sure. Whatever. I didn't care.
Nowhere to hide now.
There we go. Don't worry, Drake, you'll get your tetanus booster. What the fuck are you doing down there? I was right to blast that door. Nice. For the grenade.
All right, nearly there.
Uh-huh. And yep. There we go.
Nice. Must be Ramsey's ship.
The meals aren't anything crazy, just instant noodles, but to be honest, that's way better than nothing. Okay, I will so yeah, we have instant noodles in our office as well. What? Okay, here's the thing. We also have, like, I don't know how many of you, I don't know if you have these things, Jack, but do you have, like, cups of rice? Like, just one serving of rice. Like, it's like 100 grams or less of rice. Because we've got like a drawer in the office where it's these like cups of rice and it's like split into two. It's like a pack of two. Each is like a half cup of rice or something like that. And then in that same drawer on the other side is cans of tuna. I think it's tuna. It's the cheap one. It's the cans. No. What do you mean you don't have rice? You don't have instant rice in Singapore?
All right, finally, let's... You've gotta be kidding me.
Ooh, instant rice sounds like something totally up their alley. Shit. You have instant noodles, but you don't have instant rice.
Plan B.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, St. Luke and Glenfridge.
Wait.
Be another desk job for me, but we'll be a bit more active.
Where are you headed?
There now. You're gonna take advantage of our city's 50-cent bus fares and walk a bit. Should be nice along the river.
That must be where they're holding.
Yeah, 50-cent bus fares are absolutely fantastic.
We gotta get on that.
It's
ship.
more often with Korean products, the instant rice. Ah, okay. If this is retail or food service, there's a little while, but if it's anything else, sounds like they just want you to supply for yourself. Oh. Oh, shit. I didn't realize this. Shit. Oh, come on. Hell yeah. Get fucked. Oh. Serious? Ow. Guys? No, not that I can see, so let's... Oh, shit. That was a weird one. Alright, here we go. Oh, no. That's not what I wanted to do. Come on, up here. As much as I love the sawn-off shotgun, I will need to, like, get some... I need something to deal with, like, long sight lines and what have you. And an assault rifle will do a lot better. Cool. Nothing up there. Ooh, a G-Mall. This will be a little bit better. Uh-huh. Okay. Oh, god damn it! Serious? Oh, come on. After I just got the cool gun. What the fuck? These places usually have banger benefits. I think the banger benefits is that you'd be able to get discounted cinema tickets. Just a little closer. Just a little closer. And my... There we go. Huh. I was hoping to, like, stealth knock him, but okay. Come on. Yeah. All right. Discount it. Try free okay, that's even better. Free tickets. That's even better. Good going, Jack.
All right. Now we're getting somewhere. I gotta make it to that boat. Here we go.
Damn it. Get knocked. There we go. Alrighty. Watch out for pirates. Not a lot of pirates, weirdly enough. Oh, hey, a new treasure. The fuck is this? An antique silver... Oh, okay. Well, it's not really a box. It's more of an antique, you know, orb. Question, if I find someone to watch movies with me, and if I... Question is if I find and if I have time to do so. You can always just watch movies by yourself. Later's for me, 3 a.m. about. Much love to you, Grant, and hope you enjoy the rest of the 3. All good, Porking King. Thank you so much for hanging out. I greatly appreciate it. I always appreciate your company. I also miss out on all the, All right, so we need to get to this thing. The question is... Can I just swim to it? Hopefully so. Looks like I can. Whoa! Okay. Oh, this thing. I totally forgot. Ever consider I wouldn't even want to go out on my own unless I have a task to do? Watching a movie isn't a motivation to do that? It depends on the movie.
Oh, crap.
Oh, shit. Serious? Come on. Damn it! Alright. Also, did you miss what I said? The laters thingy-madiggy. What the fuck? Those places usually have banger benefits. I'm sorry you had to deal with that, Jack. That's the most I've seen. What did you say? Oh wait. Also, what did you say? I just wanted to say that I appreciate, you know, your company and what have you, and like, you know, I like it when you're here. Plus, it also means you do clips a lot of the time, which is really cool.
Gotta get on that boat.
Yeah, there we go.
Oh crap! Don't leave without me, boys.
Serious? Come on.
Oh shit!
Oh, are you fucking joking?
Big wave!
How? Oh my god. Nate, you just have a can you just walk around some sites like tourists do there and avoid being shot? Probably not. Oop, you lucky bastard.
Like stowaways.
Switching back to Mac. Nice. Me just running around punching people on this boat. Come on. There we go. Thank you for the pistol. I'm gonna need it. Oh shit. Fuck you in particular when you round this corner. Ow! Fuck you! There we go. Get fucked.
Where the hell did that come from?
Shit. What do I get?
Let's do that again.
There we go. Alright, I gotta go, Evie. Have fun. All good, Porkin.
Okay, there's a ladder.
Oh.
Got one shot at this.
There we go. Alright. Chapter 14. Cruisin' for a bruisin'. Nice. Oh yeah, this is... Oh yeah, this is a cruise ship, actually. It's a cruise ship with a lot of decked out armory. Oop, hello. Shiny. Still no gun. Oh boy. Alright, this is a bad storm to beat. Also, what are we doing? Like, aren't we supposed to be heading to a desert?
Gotta get to the upper deck.
Alright, looks like we're gonna have to jump onto the boat. Oh boy. Keep jumping, keep jumping. There we go.
Don't look down. Don't look down.
There we go. Alright. And then climb up here. The maitre d' is not going to be very happy when we break into the rooms.
Who's there? Dr. Order.
Nope, not here.
Here we go.
God damn, so many shipping containers.
Okay. Okay. Let's take a look.
Oh, shit!
Oh, come on.
So much for stealth.
I was doing so well as well. Yeah, you don't have a lot of experience with good experience with boats. Alright. Ow! Grant, is it normal that customers want to pay for my service via crypto? Have you ever received crypto money for work? No, and I do not recommend it. Ow, Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, Jesus, another grenade pill.
This'll help.
Alright, up here we go. Oop. Not ideal. Not ideal. Damn it! It's not a fraud? Question mark? I feel like it might be. There we go. Come on. This is the exit, isn't it? Yes, it is. Awesome. Let's go. Do you think it's gray or black money? Okay, so serious talk. Cryptocurrency is just it's just a fiat currency that was invented like long ago. Like the first one was like Bitcoin, which was done as like a, you know, university experiment of like, oh, how would you create a ledger of this one currency that is existing on the internet when there's no banks and what have you? Like it is just it's that simple. Now, like cryptocurrency is just one of those cases of like, you know, 2009 was invented Bitcoin. Bitcoin was invented in 2009. Any whoosies. Cryptocurrency, like in the like realm of like, you know, commerce and all that kind of nonsense, it isn't explicitly, you know, black market or anything like that. It's just most people on the internet who go through crypto, it's like, yeah, it's nice if you do it, but if you're only going exclusively via crypto, that's gonna raise a bit of a bit of a red flag for me, personally speaking.
All right. Right into the lion's den.
So.
Damn it. All right. Let's try to do this quietly.
Alrighty. Damn it. Okay, maybe stealth is necessary for this one. Ah, okay, so he's... God damn, those are some massive chandeliers, though. Real big hangers. Now, are you gonna move from your spot there? Come on! Move!
Who's it? What's that?
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Damn it! Sniper had a beat on me even when I was all the way up there.
Oh boy.
Night Sky Gem thank you for time for bed you rule.
Oh, good night, Sky. Thank you for sticking around because I asked for a PayPal method and the person denied. Yeah. Red flag, honestly. Damn it. I need to get rid of the sniper guys real quick. Alright, so that's at least one of them out of the way. Doesn't feel like the right direction. Never mind, this is the right direction. There we go. Here we go. What's your favorite weapon in Uncharted 3? Probably one of the assault rifles. Actually, no, the sawn-off shotgun. I've been having quite a bit of fun with the sawn-off shotgun so far. And then always check. Yeah, more treasures. There we go. All right, we're making our way. We're making our way.
There he is.
Sully! Sully!
That's not Sully, is it?
Sully?
Yeah, he tricked me.
He's not here. Crap.
Nathan, you have given me so much trouble. I promise you, we're gonna end it now.
You never had him, did you?
Of course not. I lied. Remember? I'm a pirate.
Yeah.
Yalla امسكوه.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, that's right, buddy. Keep laughing.
بسرعة.
Oh! That was cool. Oh, we only, like, wounded him. We didn't do a proper kill.
That's not good.
Damn it. Maybe having a shotgun is not a good idea at this point. Where do you want me going after this?
We're sinking if you haven't noticed!
No, 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 dodge! Fuck!
We're sinking if you haven't noticed!
Just get the punch. There we go. How am I supposed to deal with this bullshit? Oh, boy.
We're sinking if you haven't noticed!
They come from everywhere. They are. And we're in the middle of a sinking ship of all things as well. So we have a bit of a problem. I put myself in a bad spot with nothing but shotgun kind of things.
That's not good. This is it.
No, I was stuck in the flooded water. This is bullshit.
That's not true.
fuck do I get out of this?
No, 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 no!
Oh, God. This is terrible.
I gotta get out.
Let's see. This way. To the right. We at least got through the gunfight now, which is one positive. Uh-oh. God! Oh, shit. Of course you have to break that. Where the fuck are we going? Come on. There we go. Hold your breath, Jet. Hold it really strong. Alright, there we go. These guys are definitely part emu taking so many bullets before going down. Absolutely.
Oh no.
And now comes the part where we have to run. Oh boy. Alright, jumping onto the light fixtures may not do good. Alright, let's get into the room. There we go.
Which way is up?
Oh my god, I barely have it. There we go. Alright, come on. Come on. I need to fix up my bot so it doesn't like hit like one after the other with those kinds of messages, honestly. Oh, hello, there's treasure over there.
Okay, this way. Here we go.
Thank you. There we are. Oh boy. How was Ramses gonna get out of this situation? I know we had like a lifeboat or something like that all the way at the back, but I feel like that there might have capsized as well. Oh, would you look at that? It's the fancy room we were in before. Oh, Jesus.
Alright. Come on. Finally, something went right.
I'm kind of impressed this thing is working.
Oh, shit.
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. No, no, no!
Damn it. Oh, boy.
Can't get much worse than this. No!
Nah, it got worse. Drake, move. Woo!
How about that?
You're lucky. You are very lucky. All right.
Okay. Time to get out of this aquarium.
Yeah, this is... Oh, come on!
Sharmou! Yes! See you in hell, Habibi!
Oh, come on.
Easy, son of a bitch!
Alright, try not to get electrocuted when we... Woo! Alright, we're out of the danger. Sort of. We're no longer at risk of drowning from a sinking ship. We are now stuck in the middle of butt-fuck nowhere of the ocean, which is probably one of the worst places to be in the middle of. 2/3 of the Earth is nothing but ocean. Would be. Oh, okay, never mind. We made it to shore. Lucky us.
Get out of here.
And we're not dead yet.
How convenient.
Wonder where we are.
How's it going?
All right, yeah. Yeah, I understand. Can you call me if anything changes?
How?
Oh my God.
How?
I gotta go. Nate.
So we just ended it back in Yemen?
Thought this was frowned upon.
Shut up. I really thought you were gone this time. Are you okay?
Is Sully?
He's alive.
Thank God.
But they've got him.
What? Where?
They're in a convoy headed into the desert.
Oh, we gotta go.
Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. No.
We need to get Sully.
It's not that simple. Come on.
Sully's in danger. We need to go get Sully.
At least 2 days head start on us, so we'll never catch up.
We gotta try.
Listen, I've got a plan.
Do you?
We're only gonna get one shot at this.
Okay.
They're loading up a cargo plane at the airport. They're gonna make a supply drop to the convoy.
Well, we gotta be on that plane.
Exactly.
You do realize that means parachuting in, right?
Yeah, the last time that happened was in Uncharted 1. And that didn't go off too well.
Okay. I could really use a glass of water, and then we ought to get going.
No. My contact at the airport says that the plane isn't taking off until dawn. In the meantime,
get some
just try to
rest.
get a couple hours sleep.
I don't think that's a good idea.
Come on. All right? He'll call if anything changes.
You're really gonna do all this on your own, huh?
For Sully? Yeah.
Many of us would.
I like the way you think.
I know.
No, I mean, that's...
I know what you mean.
I'm sorry.
I know.
All right, looks like we're dressed up this time to go into a desert. Do we have our Nathan Drake
Here.
Bandalore this time?
I don't want to have to use this.
I know, but we have to do this quietly. They catch us sneaking onto that plane, we're dead.
All right, chapter 16. One shot at this.
Hey, Nate, over here.
Oh,
I think we can cut through the building.
All right, good call.
Here, help me lift this.
Like, go under. You got it?
Okay.
Alright, let's set it down.
Any cool artifacts? Not that I can see.
Looks like there's a way out on the other side.
Oh, hang on. I saw that. There it is. Uh-oh. Okay, cool.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm great.
Alright.
Looks like we can get out that window.
But we need a way up.
Can we use the truck? It looks like... Yeah, she's gonna use it.
I think we can push this.
Here, I'll push. You steer.
Yep. I'm guessing... Ooh, shiny. Yes, indeed. Shiny. A mosaic bird pendant. Nice. Doing very well in being able to push a truck up a hill.
How much further?
We're almost there. Keep going.
Did you bother to look for keys?
Just keep going.
I thought we were
Hold
trying
it
to be
steady.
stealthy.
I'm gonna climb on top.
Hurry, hurry, it's slipping. I can't hold it much longer.
God.
Dunk, dunk. There we go. And then jump across.
Man, that's a big plane.
Alrighty, here we go, here we go. So far, like, this has been the best Nathan Drake so far, because for me, personally, it's the fact that I've been able to, like, some of the puzzles have been, like, top-notch. Go.
Thanks.
You okay?
Yeah, you?
Great.
Same thing?
Yeah, I think we can do the same thing.
Oh, cool. We weren't very stealthy there, but hopefully they don't mind that there was a little bit of gunfire going off.
Oh, it's slipping! It's slipping!
Oh, whoa, I'm losing it. Oh, crap, that's bad. That's really, really bad.
Get down!
Nice. Alright. I guess we're going through this window.
Up here.
Damn it! How many of them are there?
Too many. We just have to get through here as quietly as possible.
There's a body over here.
Shit. We've been spotted.
Watch out, Nate!
There goes the element of surprise.
We gotta take this shot, Nate!
Never mind. We'll try and be stealthy again.
Shit. We've been spotted.
Watch out!
There goes the element of surprise. Just keep your head down.
Oh, that's uncalled for, mate. I was definitely doing a fisticuffs with your buddy. You could have joined in with the fisticuffs. Damn it.
We got it. What's that?
There's someone here. Shit. We've been spotted.
Watch out, Nate!
Yeah, there goes the element of surprise.
Aww.
Just keep your head down. Run! Clear out!
I will be able to stealth this, just you wait. So we got first one here.
Who's there?
Surprise!
What are you doing?
your head down.
Broke through that with ease. Damn it! Serious? I've been shooting at your head all that time. Why was I getting back-shotted and front-shotted by shotguns at that point? That was uncalled for.
There you go.
Never mind.
Thanks. Great. Follow me.
There we go. Stealth. There were no witnesses to this at all. None whatsoever.
Ah!
I have no idea where they want me going.
We're almost there. It's just over that roof.
There we go.
Got it.
Now I know where I'm going. And there's the plane.
Alright. Looks like it's a straight shot from here.
Yeah.
Straight shot.
I'm gonna climb to the top, then I'll help you over.
All right.
Keep me covered.
Okay. Hey, what are you doing?
Elena, listen.
Damn it, I knew you would try something like this.
Don't. Please.
Big stretch.
Let's be honest. This is a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. When I almost lost you before,
You're not gonna.
I just can't do that again. So take that Jeep over there and get the hell out of here, all right? While you can.
You haven't got much time. Go.
Oh boy, I need to go to the bathroom. There's going to be an advertisement that would have gone off in 5 minutes, so I'm probably going to have that enact like right now instead. So give me a minute as I go on my bathroom break. Bathroom break, BRB. Be right back. Also, ding dong. Here. And old Da is a bastard, okay? The Lalafels, bastards. The merchants, bastards. The Sultana, bastards. The Syndicate, every single one of them, bastards. Bastards, all of them. Because it's just filled with greedy capitalists and short people. And greedy short capitalists. The worst.
And protect you. So let love warm you till the morning. Good God.
What the fuck? Oh, it's not over yet. Oh. What? What? Yeah, we're gonna report that. I was doing so well, chat. You saw me. I was doing so well. How far back are they gonna send me back for that? Are you kidding me?
Cap, I don't know how to tell you this, but your head is partly shoved up the backside of a Slime King.
I need to learn what the button is to like. And there we go. I'm like running to auto. What's Mahoozy? Are we done with advertisement now? It looks like we're done with. And Artemis stole my shirt. Of course she did. All right, we're all done with the advertisements. All right, back to the game.
Damn it! The plane out of here!
Oh, come on.
Don't let it get to the runway.
Here we go, here we go. Run, 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 run. Up, Elena.
Girl.
I got you, come on!
There we go.
Hey, deja vu, right?
Yeah.
Just get me up to the landing gear.
Careful.
Keep it steady.
Right.
To the left. Or this way. Or that way.
Now!
There we go.
God.
I would not lock my foot in there. I feel like that was a terrible idea, locking my foot in there. I could get it stuck. But we're on the plane. Yay for us. That's got to be the slowest takeoff roll ever. It's a pretty big cargo plane. There's definitely been faster rollouts, but I guess it's more of a case of they didn't want things rattling. All right. All right. And like a stowaway rat, we crawl through the vents. Just...
Shit!
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. That's not good. Ow.
Let's talk about this!
More the fact a Jeep could catch up and then keep pace and then... Alrighty.
Come on! Come on! Thanks for flying with us!
Uh-oh.
Crap! No, no!
Oh, shit. Oh, crap. God fucking damn it, Nate. That's mine. Thank you. Oh, I see. So I wasn't able to shoot through, like, that weird barrier, invisible barrier there.
We're on fire! I can't breathe!
Ah.
We're on fire!
Okay, this is... Do they want me duck and cover shooting, or do they want me getting to the front of the plane? Not good. Got crushed by the boxes because I didn't pay attention. I keep hearing like an indicator noise for something, but I don't know what. Alright, let's try and keep moving without... Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, oh, Lord, oh, Lord. Are you mad? Alright, grab the box, and let's get that parachute running. There we go. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Pull! Pull! Alright. This box is still gonna give us a bit of a rough landing because these aren't meant to be dropping gracefully, just enough that we don't die or break the goods.
Oh, no.
Oh.
This is not good.
The Rubicali. It's nothing but fucking desert. Oh boy. Alright, well.
Okay, gotta think. Keep my head. Let's just head to the wreckage and see what I can find.
Hopefully a car.
Some water.
Or a Jeep.
Something.
Actually, water would be good. Ah. Where's your hat? Ugh. Wasn't this like the trailer or something like that, where you just see Nathan Drake like walking through the desert and then he grabs the gun out of the sand and the like person's hand just stuck out because we pelted off someone, and then Uncharted 3, Drake's Deception.
Perfect.
Yeah, you got fucking nowhere to go, Nate. Absolute buttfuck nowhere. Try to stay on the top of the... Oh boy. Nate, do you have a compass? I feel like a compass would be very helpful here. There isn't that many magnetic, like, rock deposits in the Rubicali Desert, I imagine, so I feel like following north would be okay. Ow. Okay, that looks like an oasis.
Hating the sand. Okay.
Yeah. I imagine being stuck out here long enough would be hating this sand at this point.
Some water. Be good.
Now, the real question is this a real oasis, or am I about to get, like, bamboozled?
Oh, thank God. Bring it on up. I don't care if it's cold or not. God damn it.
Not good.
Shit.
Could be a good hat, though.
You gotta be kidding me. Now what?
And another, like, quick... Oh.
Where are you, Sully? Where are you?
I don't know if you're going to be able to figure out the stars at night, Nate, because you weren't exactly in the Navy like Sullivan was.
It's a Big Dipper. Shit.
I have...
Should have been in the Navy.
Yeah, I don't know where that anything is, Nate. Oh, hey, there's someone over there.
I'm talking to. I'm exhausted.
Wait, is that Sully? Yeah, that can't be Sully. This is a...
Sully.
This is a mirage. Yeah, this is a mirage.
Just keep going. Just keep going.
What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish?
Wait a minute.
Son of man, you cannot say or guess.
Wait, is that the...
For you know only a heap of broken images. where the sun beats and the dead tree gives no shelter.
And
The
we're back
cricket
here.
no relief, and the dry stone no sound of water.
God damn it, I've been going in circles. Shit! Ah, damn it, Nate. Stupid, stupid, stupid.
Get some shade, Nate.
Only there is shadow under this red rock. Come in under the shadow of this red rock.
You can do it, Nate. Come on.
And I will show you something different. From either your shadow at morning striding behind you, or your shadow at evening rising to meet you. I will show you fear in a handful of dust.
Alright, and now it's nighttime.
Oh, God. Lay down. Can't lay down. Just can't lay down.
Stay awake, Nate. Do not lie down in the No. Oh, fuck, Nate. Sully?
Nate! Nate!
Sorry.
Wake up.
Help me.
Come on, give me a hand.
I've been looking for you. Couldn't find you. I don't know how long I've been out here. But I think... Sully? Sully? Okay. I can do this. I can do this. Sully? Oh, what's that? Sully!
Oh, thank Christ. Please let that be an actual village and not a mirage.
It's a village.
Come on. I swear, if this is Iram, the like Atlantis of the desert.
Please don't let that have been a mirage.
Thank Christ it's not a mirage, but this isn't exactly any better.
No. Oh, shit. It's a ghost town.
Oh, fuck. That's what I have to do.
Oh, let's check it. At least it's real.
Mm-hmm. It's real. I see a shiny over on the left there. We can at least get some treasure while we're in here. Alabaster ibex. Nice.
Not getting through there. I'll find another way. Let's try through here.
Oh. Fuck.
Didn't need that. Thank God it will. Okay. Damn it. Damn it, it's dry.
I love how I just... Oh, hello.
Here we go.
Water. Oh.
Shh. It's undrinkable.
Fuck.
Okay, don't give up.
You have so much energy, Nathan. I applaud your dedication.
There's gotta be something useful here. Oh, shit.
Oh, come on.
Okay, need a gun.
Take him out!
Fuck! Of course he rounded the corner.
What the hell are Marla's men doing here?
Oh, crap! Don't shoot them! Stand and fire!
Fuck!
Ah, no. What the hell are Marla's men doing?
Get him! Whoa, 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 whoa!
Oh,
You're dead!
Fuck. There was 2 grenades. I wasn't gonna be able to throw both of them.
Show yourself! Get him!
What the hell are Marla's men doing here? No, no, no! This'll help.
Find him!
Must have been sent to look for the plane. Uh-oh.
Okay, alright, and then... Alright, so you're full ammo. Alright, there we go. Reload. Hopefully at some point someone has water. Serious? You're an asshole.
Damn it, I'm trapped down here. It worked.
There we go. Hi there, J-Wolf. I don't know if the little hello notification worked there. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't understand why.
Shit! This is getting ridiculous.
Just get me some water, man.
Enough of these assholes.
Alright.
Perfect.
Oof. Alrighty, alrighty. Almost there, almost there. Alright, loading sequence. Damn, Drake, how do you fit through these places? Lord knows I couldn't. I guess... Oh. Another treasure. There we go. Alrighty.
Okay. Hopefully that's the last one.
Nope, it was not the last of them.
Crap. Where the hell did that
Spoke too soon. come on. Uncalled for. Uh-oh, uh-oh, uh-oh. Okay, we're all good now.
Oh God, it's hot.
Yes, Drake, because we're in a desert. And you've been going through a fucking gunfight. Oh, come on.
Sniper! Now! There's too many of them. This is it. Can't do this.
Oh, hello. Hi.
English?
Yep.
English, I speak English. No. Don't shoot me.
I love how he stows his gun instead of just tossing it.
يلا تعالوا.
Okay.
خليكم ماشيين على البوابة. يلا تعالى. سنايبر انتبه. واحد فوق.
No.
Uh-oh.
Shit.
Okay.
I gotta get the hell out of here.
انتبه على ماشي. اضرب على اليمين. اسرع على وجهك. RPG! I got it! We must get through the gates!
Yeah.
تحية
Woo.
سليم يا بطل! تعيش بالبرة!
باسم عيالي والصبح مديت.
Success. Oh, look at that. He gets some tea.
You are far from home, American.
Yes.
Shukran.
You do not belong out here.
That's
Any
true.
of you.
You spared me. Why not just kill me along with the others?
That would have been impolite. You are in distress. Even an enemy must be fed and sheltered. Are you my enemy, American?
Drake. My name, it's Drake.
Salim. I am Sheikh of this tribe.
Okay.
Well, I don't mean to be forward, Salim. But I need a horse. I don't have anything to offer in return.
You plan to attack the English caravan alone?
You know about them?
My scouts have been tracking them for 2 days. Why are you here? Why do the English cross the Rub al-Khali?
They're looking for Iram.
They're looking for the lost city of Ubar.
Or that.
Iram of the Pillars.
They've taken my friend hostage. He's the only one who knows the way. Once they find Iram, he'll be worthless to them. They'll kill him.
If they find Iram, we are all dead.
What?
3,000 years ago, King Solomon commanded the power of the Jinn. Demons, born of smokeless fire, until they rebelled. He imprisoned them in a vessel of brass and cast it into the depths of the city. Iran became a place of evil, cursed by the tormented spirits of the jinn. The English must not reach the city. If they unleash the power of the jinn...
We don't have much time, do we?
No. But they have the greater numbers. We cannot attack them in the open.
Well, their
Tonight.
numbers will be diminished when they
Tomorrow,
when they
we
try and
enter the
enter
canyons.
into the city.
We'll take them there. We ride at dawn.
Yep. Chapter 20.
To the convoy!
We're getting
Follow me
close.
this
We're
way.
getting close.
You got it.
I will try to get through to the end of the game in this stream, okay? We're going to try and make it to the end. Even if we go a little bit over time, okay? Alright, can
Careful,
you
this
go?
pass is narrow. Salim, is it much farther? We are nearly there. The convoy will be up ahead. Be careful, be careful. There they are. The convoy is right below.
Oh!
Great, save your bullets. They're too far away. They're out of range. This is a shortcut. Just stay with me. Come on, we're nearly there. Come on.
Yep.
Quickly, now is our chance. Let's go. Drake, get on the trucks. Take these guys out. I'll get the one on the left.
Oh, that was dumb.
My friend's probably up at the front. Nice shooting, Drake. Nice.
Damn it. Nice.
My friend's probably up at the front. Nice. Look for the lead car. That's where Sullivan is. Get back on your horse. I got this horse thing down. Take out the two trucks. Gotta take out the heavy machine gun. I'm on it.
Yeah.
Take out the two trucks. Gotta take out that heavy machine gun! I'm on it! Shoot him with the RPG!
Got him! You smell smoke?
There we go.
Haha! Close one! Right, gotta get past! Stay with me! Come on, I'm getting there! Quickly, through the canyon! We must get to the lead vehicles!
Oh, shit.
Roadkill.
Alright, where's my horse?
Come on! Give me your hand! Yamma! Head Raya!
There's my horse!
There, jump to the horse, Drake! Jump to the horse!
Keep going! He's gotta be up ahead! We're almost to the front!
Here we go, here we go, here we go.
Sully, you in there? Sully!
Nice.
Sully! You're alive! Slipping! Hang on! Oh, shit! Help me! I'm coming! Hang on, I got you!
Oh boy, oh boy.
I can't hold on!
I like this guy, he seems fun. Oh, Salim over here? Yeah, no, he's a gem. He's helping us out. And we're getting our ass kicked. Hang on. Nice. Oh, come on. You're boned. You're alive, Sully.
Hey. You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine, but... Damn, I was sure they'd killed you, kid.
Well, they tried, right?
So how the hell did you find me all the way out here?
I had some help. Salim.
Sullivan, thank you.
We haven't much time. We cannot allow them to reach the city.
Oh, I don't know.
He's right, Nate. I've been trapped with those crazy bastards for days. I don't know what the hell it is Marlowe's after exactly, but it sure as hell ain't treasure. We gotta stop them.
Drake, we must go, now.
Yalla!
Never a dull moment, huh, Sully?
Why change now?
Yeah!
There, straight ahead!
Into the storm? Are you sure you know what you're doing?
Trust me,
storm. No. It's not like I don't have shades for this.
Drake, where are you? Sully! Sully, stay close!
How in the world do horses navigate a sandstorm?
Must have lost him!
Yeah, okay. They are very stubborn right now.
It's no good. Let him go.
They're stubborn as fuck.
They must know something we don't.
Yeah, danger. I know that.
It's the convoy. Hang back, Sully. I'll go check it out.
You got it.
How are we gonna find anybody in this storm?
Nah, fuck it. We're just gonna go for the M9s then.
This can't be the whole convoy. There's not enough of them.
We've gotten separated in the storm. Come on.
Get fucked. Alright, I went too far ahead.
Oh, shit!
Got him!
Where's the second one, then? Yes, I got that. Destroy the truck with explosives, but... It's kind of difficult when there's gunfire fucking everywhere.
All right.
damn it! Hi there, Mizuki. That laser bends the laws of physics. Yeah, these enemies are not fun to deal with, because I have both, like, you know, machine guns, like.
Damn it! Crap!
Get an RPG!
Great.
And here we go.
Oh yeah. Ah, god fucking damn it. Hi there, Mizuki. Why Nathan Drake can't be a Pacific tourist? For whatever reason, it wouldn't be fun. This is quite the pickle. Yep, it's a major pickle, and it's annoying how there's like, because you have like 2 snipers and like.
Hey, get an RPG!
And also, just a random RPG. Zeebs is just a violent who can't negotiate to achieve his relic. Nah, you're well behind on the. This is Nathan Drake. He doesn't deal with normal people. You want to help me, Sully? Because so far you've done dick shit.
Oh, thank God.
And what's more is like, it would have been nice if the trucks had, if the RPGs had like 2 pieces of ammo rather than just 1.
Got him.
You could negotiate via gestures? No, we can't. Alright, cool. So we got past the fucking annoying trucks.
Oh, great.
What are you doing back there?
lost them.
Nice. Get fucked.
I think that's all of them.
Is it? If only you had heat vision goggles. If I had heat vision goggles, it would be ruined by all this sand. It would not help one bit, I imagine, Mizuki. I'm so sorry. We're in a desert.
Get inside.
Why is it so red? Are you on Mars? Nope. We're in the Rubicali Desert. It is hot and sunny. And if it ain't sunny, it's definitely hot.
Wow. Look at this place.
So it really does exist.
It's amazing.
The City of Brass. Okay.
Sure would hate to have to polish this.
It's enormous.
Yeah, and we don't exactly have a good way of... Alright, I guess we're going up there.
Oh, hey, I managed to swipe your
Ah, so the Australian Outback? Yep.
It might come in handy.
Still got it. Sully, up here. Found something.
Nice, 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 nice.
Stop.
Nate, there's one on the other side.
I'll go see if I can get that one working.
I don't think that was his intention. Alright. Are you a bodybuilder as Grant? Nah, Mizuki... I'm not a bodybuilder, IRO. Mizuki Nagano is a woman of their own right. Alrighty. And...
Wait here.
Jump! Go. God, you can barely see. Alright, here we go.
Nate, you gotta get on that other switch.
Yeah, I know, I know.
You ready? Go.
There we go. Nice, nice. And there we go. Ubar, the City of Brass.
Good work.
In the words of Victor Sullivan, I'll be go to hell.
How do I get down from here is the question. Not like that. Oh, I see. There's a little ladder over there. All right. And there's just a giant desert storm just forever around the rim. Okay. The Atlantis of the Sands.
Wow. Victor Sullivan, welcome to a bar.
Beautiful. Oh, hey! Water.
Incredible. This is how the city could thrive all the way out here.
An underground reservoir of some sort.
The whole place must be fed by an underground spring. It's clean. It's amazing it's still running after all these years.
What in the...
Now that's a hell of a thing.
Oh!
What?
The...
No.
No, Sully!
No. Please. Sully.
Oh, we're going after them now. We're going after them. It was very uncalled for. Wonder if the metal is some sort of antibacterial properties? It's brass as far as I know.
You're finished.
You are literally on an edge. Just accept the fucking... How many times do I have to punch this man in the face? What the?
Nice.
Okay. I have a feeling these aren't normal soldiers. Alright. Because they can be hit by an RPG and keep going totally normal. It's also the fact that their skulls are on fucking fire. I feel like there might be some weird Jinn voodoo over here. Oh, fuck! Oh, never mind, it's gas.
Helmet, come back here, you son of a bitch!
Bodies? Bodies?
You're
Bodies?
dead! You hear me? You're dead! You come back here, you...
Once again, Talbot just running away like a... Okay, we're no longer in...
This is impossible. Where the hell am I?
This is Colombia again.
I haven't been here since I was a kid.
Yeah, I think Drake might be insane in the membrane right now.
Oh shit. Oh no.
Oh no. Come on.
This can't be happening.
Nope. Don't like that. Nope. That wasn't my intention.
Oh, no!
Nope. And then we kill the man here.
No. 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 No!
Oh, this isn't a... Yeah. We're tripping.
No. Stay away, please. Oh god. Oh no, what is this?
Yeah, we're tripping.
Everything's moving. I gotta get out. Gotta get out of here. No, no, no. No. Can't do this. What is this? What's happening?
Oh, what's this?
I'm trapped. There's no way out. There's no way out. There's no way out. Oh no. I'm gonna kill him. You killed Sully. I'll kill you. You killed Sully.
And we're back to tripping balls.
Fire demons. Demons. Water smokers. Demons. Fire demons. Demons.
Okay.
Smokeless fire. Let's kill them.
Oh.
Smokeless fire. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. It can't be real. Smokeless fire. Let's kill him. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. It can't be real.
All right, I can't stay at the water fountain, otherwise I'm gonna die.
Smokeless fire. Let's kill him. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. It can't be real. Get up. Smokeless fire. Let's kill him. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. Can't be real. Smokeless fire. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real.
Yeah, this M9 is not doing wonders.
Smokeless fire. Let's kill him. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. Can't be real. Here you go.
I didn't.
Smokeless fire. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. Can't be real. Here, get out.
Oh, these fire guys.
Smokeless fire. Kill Sully. Oh, it can't be real. Can't be real. Yeah. Here, get out.
Oh boy.
Sully? Sully?
That's not
Hey,
Sully.
No. Sully! Oh, no.
Yeah. Yep. No. So I... There we go. Come Come on. Illusionary Drake. There we go.
What is that? What is it?
Oh. Okay. Okay. Uh-oh. Drake, you do not have a good time in your mind.
What? Oh my god.
Yeah, an absolutely terrible time.
There they are. Time to play, assholes.
The dreamers of the day. Okay, we're getting up to the last chapter from the looks of it.
It's over, Drake. You're mine.
All right, maybe not go so rampage mode. What the fuck was that? Okay, cool. We don't have to twist that stuff. That's good. All right.
That you, kid? Oh, thank God.
How? Oh yeah, the
All right.
illusions.
Man, I had a hell of a time. What's the matter with you?
How do I know you're real?
Ow! That real enough for you? Don't ever point a gun at me again.
To be fair, everything was going crazy in Nathan Drake's mind. It doesn't exist.
I saw him shoot you.
Not a great time.
Right after
for
the
him.
eclipse.
What? What eclipse? Look, kid, you went nuts right after you drank from that fountain. It's the
Meanwhile,
water.
Sully just, you know,
That's what destroyed the city.
he just washed
Not the
his
wrath
hair.
of God. The whole water supply is tainted with some sort of hallucinogenic agent. Must have drove everyone mad.
That's what Marlowe and Talbot are after.
Oh, man, yeah. Remember, Cutter said they controlled their enemies through fear. This'll do it. In spades.
It absolutely would.
But, wait, it doesn't make any sense. How do they think they're getting the water out of here?
No, it's not the water. It's what's in the water.
Come again?
Listen, just bear with me for a sec. Salim told me that Aram was cursed when Solomon imprisoned the evil spirits of the Jinn inside a vessel of brass, and then cast it into the depths of the city.
A genie in a bottle.
I know, it sounds pretty crazy.
So you reckon that's why Elizabeth and Dee sent Francis Drake out here in the first place?
Yeah. It wasn't treasure they were after. It was power. Only once Drake realized what he'd been sent for, he abandoned the mission. He lied to the Queen, told her he didn't find anything, and then hid all traces of his voyage. Rewrote history.
Well, who are we to argue with Sir Francis?
Yeah.
What do you say we head down there and end this thing?
Would be good.
Once and for all.
It is getting late for me, but I am going to bear down to the end of this game.
Look at this place. The whole city's resting on this cavern. Doesn't look very safe, does it?
That's an understatement.
We gotta find a way down there.
Here we go. We've got them trapped. Great.
Let's see what they're up to.
They're definitely going into the water.
Hey. Sweet. I'm holding on to this.
I don't know what that's meant to be, Sully, but sure.
Sully, help me with this. We gotta get through here. There's the central cistern. That's where they're gonna be. You ready for this?
Oh, yeah.
This is the bridge they were crossing. Must be where they're headed.
Alright, alright, alright.
Careful! Lift it gently.
You gotta be kidding me.
That's a pretty big vessel.
Get that thing out. Any ideas?
Well, they sure as hell got us outnumbered. Let's split up. Try to flank them.
Yeah, better odds that way.
Ugh.
Damn it, where is he? Sully!
Oh.
Sully! No!
Alright, do not breathe it. Do not take in the water, otherwise we're gonna have a fucking, like... panic. goes falling to the bottom of the waters.
Mono, we've got to go! Run! Come on, son. Get up!
That was some great structural destruction.
Please
with
tell me
just
you didn't swallow any
a
of that
pistol.
I don't think so. Jesus. This is why we can't have nice things. Come on.
You're right, Sully. Now we gotta get out of here.
I have a nickel. Every time you said that.
Keep them away from Marlowe! Everybody out! With these guys! Don't they know we're gonna get buried here?
I'm telling you, they don't care.
I sure as hell do! Oh my god, the city's collapsing! We have to get out of here! Let's find a way out of here. Fast! Fall back!
What the? Why is my...
Keep moving! Sully, this way! We gotta get out of here! Come on, I need your help.
Push. Or pull, I suppose? I thought pull meant it went down. I thought push would mean it would go up.
Forward, get down! Over here, Sully! Look this way! How are we gonna get out of here? Wait, the gears! Sully, we're gonna have to ride these up, alright? Falling apart! Perfect.
Go,
Up
go.
here! Look out! This is the way out!
Almost there.
You!
Hi. Me. Yeah.
Mono! I can't reach!
Come on, kid. I'll pull you up.
Nathan! Drake! Are you worthy of the name? Earn this, as Francis earned it from Elizabeth. Prove your greatness.
Nah.
Nothing to prove.
Hurry! Give me a hand.
You can't just let her die!
The hell he can't. Nate, give me your goddamn hand.
Here! Grab it!
What the hell are you doing?
I can't.
It's no good. Get the hell out of there.
Hold on! No!
And there goes Drake's ring.
Nate!
No!
Come on.
Run!
Up here. Hurry now.
Sully, we gotta get out of here. The whole place is coming down.
3 goddamn bullets. How the hell did you do this with 3 bullets?
Oh. Not my intention. I love how he's like 3 bullets. It's like, yeah.
Holy shit! Run!
done yet. Oh, come on. Serious? I don't have time for this, Talbot. I don't have time for this, Talbot. I don't have time for this.
That'll teach you to bring a knife to a gunfight.
New problem.
Hold on! Time to end this, you son of a bitch.
Took way more than 3 bullets to get rid of you. 3 bullets to get rid of the city. Almost 4 to get the other guy. Yes!
Salim! Buddy! Get on!
We're going. We're going.
Come on! Yalla!
The Atlantis of the Sands is going away. The City of Brass is going to be no more.
My God.
Yalawi.
So much for immeasurable wealth, huh?
Well, we can't measure it if it's sunk. Of course, you.
Is it?
It's enough.
It's enough to prove it. Yay.
Hey, hold up a minute, Nate.
Oh.
You okay?
Yeah. Yeah, I just got something needs saying, that's all.
Go on.
Right? What is it?
Look, I had a lousy father, a lousy childhood. I hit 40, I figured I was never gonna have a son of my own. Hell, I never wanted one. What the hell do I know about raising a kid? Then you came barreling into my life.
Look, you don't have to.
No, listen, I do. I have made a lot of mistakes, kid. A lot. And, well, I am not a perfect man.
You're not proposing, are you, Sully? I mean, I love you, but...
Stop. Just stop being a wise ass for 1 second.
How long you been carrying that around?
Too long.
Thought I'd lost it.
Here's the thing, kid. We don't get to choose how we start in this life. Real greatness, it's what you do with the hand you dealt.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, is he gonna propose to Elaine?
Going somewhere?
Maybe. I'm really sorry about your ring.
Yeah. It's all right. I swapped it for something better. Let's get out of here, huh?
Yeah.
Come on, we're this way.
But...
Come on. Trust me.
He's like, we're this way. Seriously?
What are you up to? No way.
It's not as nice as the one you two wrecked 4 years ago, but it'll do.
Oh my god.
Come on. Let's see if I can remember how to fly the goddamn thing.
Hey, this has parachutes, right?
Oh, yeah. 3. More or less.
Well, that was good. I like that. So far, this is what I like about going through franchises, like from start to finish, is that I like seeing a little bit of the progression and such like that. There wasn't that much difference between the first game and the second game in terms of gameplay, but there was so much in terms of camera and cinematography. Like they definitely Naughty Dog definitely leaned in much heavier into the whole let's, you know, do some cinematic like experience with the Uncharted. Let's actually have like, you know, some real fun camera and some sweeping shots and like, you know, pullbacks to really present scale and such. And they did it again here as well. And I feel like in this one, while there were some like weird like sort of beats, like with Talbot like just disappearing at like, you know, the earlier part of the story, like there was a rock wall or something like that. Yeah, but this one, this very much did feel like, you know, about the same sort of success as Uncharted 2, but I would say this is better than Uncharted 2, just a little bit. There was a bit more fun here and there, so. But yeah. Did it. Title menu. So yeah. Now, I can't remember whether or not, because I'm pretty sure, like the Uncharted series. Okay, so yeah, they have the Nathan Drake collection, so you can go through. So they've got like the different Uncharted's in here. Uncharted 3 remastered, extended trophies. Okay, no, it doesn't have Uncharted 4. Never mind. The Uncharted collection does not have Uncharted 4. My bad. Close game. So, PlayStation Plus. Is there a way of getting Uncharted? Ding. Dong. Because I know there's a 4th Uncharted, and then there's like a, like sort of a sequel, like a Uncharted. Yeah, Legacy of Thieves collection. There we go. So I've got the Nathan Drake collection thanks to having it on disc, so I didn't need to go and get deluxe. And I've got a Thieves End and Legacy of Thieves collection. Nice, 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 nice. Play Uncharted 4, Thieves End first, then go for Uncharted: The Lost Legacy. Awesome. Cool. All right. Well, that is going to be... I know what I'm going to be playing next week. We still got way more Uncharted to go. Still got way more to go. So that's going to be running in the background and what have you. And we will be picking that up next week, quite frankly. For now, though, I'm going to go ahead and call it here. We're going to have a little look and see who is online and who we can go and raid. So, yeah. I will be back online Friday night. So, as always, for our Friday night, we are going to be going through more of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I'm gotta go through some more alt leveling. I did a lot offline about my crafters and my, like, the Disciple of Hand and Disciple of Land. But I need to put more into some of the other classes that I have that are like, you know, the Discipline of War, the Discipline of Magic. So let me see who's online and who we can go and raid. Let's see. We got Kaisi that's going through some Assassin's Creed Black Flag. Nantuck is doing a little bit of just chatting. Osgriff going through some Hell World. Only Lambs just got started their stream, it looks like. Day 0 since drawing Mars Fatfish. I have no idea who that is. But you know what? We're gonna go rate. I quite like Only Lambs' work. You would have known them as I Like Butts a long time ago. I probably need to fix the thingamadiggy, but like this is the oh no, cool, it's already auto set to Only Lambs. So yeah, they're responsible for that emote there. So what we're gonna do actually is we're gonna go for Himbo raid with that donut emote and what have you. That is going to be our raid message. If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever other emojis that you want. I will be using my donut emoji because that was what we had that's what they made for me for streaming, which was great. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I'm so glad we were able to get through the Uncharted trilogy via the disc, which means that we're left available to going through Uncharted, A Thieves End, and Lost Legacy, which will be, you know, via the PS5 and such like that. It's really annoying that they're not going to distribute discs after 2028, but, you know, shit happens, and I'm probably going to be only playing, like, older games from PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5 era going forward with the PlayStation when it comes to using it and such. But otherwise, I hope you all have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are. I will be back online for Friday night's MMORPG, and if I don't see you Friday night, I hopefully will see you all next time. Bye for now.